Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I in Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children, with caring mentors and hands-on activities, with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BeDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BeDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BeDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BeDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eartha Watts Hicks. I'm the CEO of Earthatone Books and Earthatone Enterprises. I'm a member of the Harlem Writers Guild, executive editor for Harlem World Magazine, and a PR writer and affiliate for blackpr.com. And I am your moderator for this session on the Black Business Network's Black Literary Olympics. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton is the Assistant Program Director, PhD in Counseling and Psychological Studies, and the Assistant Professor in the Department of Counseling. She is an award-winning international speaker and a World Civility Ambassador. Internationally, Dr. Boone Thornton has published and presented in Nairobi, Kenya, Bali, Indonesia, and Madrid, Spain. She's the recipient of the 2022 I Change Nations Astel Collins Generation Leaders Award and 2023 Builders in Action Legacy Award and the 2023 International Peace Award, Nairobi. In the United States, Dr. Boone Thornton received the highest honor given by the National Association of Negro Business and Professional Women's Club, the prestigious Sojourner Truth Award, and the 2024 Irma B. Thompson Leadership Award from the Alpha Beta Zeta chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. She is the author of 7 books, and she is known and renowned for her mental health series, Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask. I present to you Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. Hello, Dr. Boone Thornton. Dr. Boone Thornton, welcome. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great, and you're magnificent. So I'm I'm eager to hear what you have to share, and I'm already excited. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, thank you so very much for that introduction. And I'm going to talk today a little bit about my series, Transforming Your Reality, Remove the Mask. I created this series. It was kind of birthed out of COVID-19 when we were all at home, and it was lots of tragedy and trauma and grief going on. And I thought to myself, when we come out of this on the other side, we're going to need something. I've been in higher ed and mental health for 25 years, and there's always been shortages, especially when it comes to children and getting mental health services. And now the backlog is months. So the things that I've created, my goal is just to go all over US and around the world, teaching people how to use this tool. So I got started in the city where I was at, and really just talking about why we mask, because the whole series is about removing the mask. Now, masking is not anything that anybody should be ashamed of, because society and just our lifestyles perpetuate it. We are always searching for a treasure. We sometimes look on the outside, but really the treasures are within. And when we mask, there's a process that we have to go through to get to that treasure. So what I did, because I am a university professor, and I believe you need to work and do the work up front so that you can understand and connect your existing knowledge to the new knowledge. So I created the Transforming Your Reality workbook first. And the workbook, it's very easy to read and to understand. And I give people scenarios so that they can see how their lives and their situations can fit into these different scenarios and make them understand more why they feel the way they feel, why maybe there's some triggers of anger, some things that they just can't shake. I work with students in a PhD program who go through this program, really years of education. And so just the apex of that is this graduating and getting this PhD. And they were like, Dr. Boone Thornton, when I got there, I still really I wasn't able to really enjoy it, celebrate like I thought I was going to be able to celebrate, feel the exhilaration and the happiness that I thought I was going to have. And so the workbook helps you get to the root of it. What we do throughout life when we come into situations that's really difficult for us to handle emotionally, we bury that. Because I don't know about you, but no one ever sat down and talked to me about emotions. You're going to feel this way. It's okay. Don't worry about it. This is some of the things you need to do. Nobody ever talked to me about, Michelle, it is really important for you to work on your inner self. Now, I know about the external, the diet, the exercise, the eating right, and all that. but nobody really focused on the internal. And so what this series does is it helps you look at the internal, and it gives you some scenarios, and then you can kind of see where you have been masking some things. And that creates stress. But in addition to that, we create our own stress. Oh, we absolutely do. If you're like me, there are times that I really should have said no, but I said yes. There are times where I felt like I could probably do this better and I'm going to control the situation. And I start out helping, but I end up doing it. And it is important that we stay in our own lanes. I heard that a while ago. And when I started really thinking about it, it's true, because we can kind of jump over here and jump over there. And even as people in business, you know, we see people's business growing and they add this product and that product, and we think we got to do those things to compete and everything else. And so we can get on this roller coaster of life. And all throughout life, even though we experience pain, heartache, and those things, we never really stop to manage those emotions. And because they're there and they're building up every day, it's overwhelming for us sometimes to even look and see. So in this workbook, you're going to do some scenarios and complete some activities that's going to help you look at the actual emotions that you are masking. And so once you identify them, then you move to the next step of working on them. I give you all sorts of activities that you can do. In the actual book itself, this is just a book, I give you different ways that you can kind of center yourself and stay present in the moment. A lot of times we're busy thinking about the future, what's going to come next. Some of us still have some turmoil and some things going on about the history. And, you know, people are talking about me from this and that and that. There's a lot of things going on in your mind. And so this gives you actually different things that you can do to kind of center yourself each day at the end of the day, to remove stress and to understand when you see it and to step away from it. You know, many of us have been in situations where we can feel ourselves getting upset. We know there are certain people that when they show up, they're going to take us to a level that we really don't even want to be. And so we give you tips on how to step away from that, how to avoid that, how to deal with that when it happens. Don't cover it and say, well, I'm going to deal with this later. I don't have time for this. Make that time. I actually ask people to make that time every day, just like you may make time for prayer or your morning routine, brushing your teeth, whatever. Make time to just renew your mind, get focused on your new day, empty out the trash. Just like you empty out the trash at home, empty out the trash. Any comments from the day before or things that you may be thinking about that are really out of your control. Don't worry about those things. There's nothing you can do about it. It happened and you have to move forward. Try to reduce anxiety. You know, I have a friend who, you know, whatever's happening that day, you know, they'll be like, okay, this is what we're going to do. Let's roll into it and take what comes as it comes. But it's important to be present, to be in the moment. I work with a lot of adults who will say, you know, my children just grew up so fast. I don't even remember. It was just like a blur because you were so busy making a life for them in yourself. You were so busy at this meeting, that meeting, making sure they had this, that, and the other, that you didn't have time to enjoy it. So when my students get to that pivotal point of graduating, it's like, it was just kind of like, okay, it happened. And I really couldn't celebrate. That is really part of the environment that we're in right now. There's so much toxic things going on around us, violence, death, just everything, you know, natural disasters, man-made disasters, war, everything. And so we have to keep that mental space clear and uncluttered. And we get the actual steps on how to do that in this workbook. One of the other things I want to tell you about the workbook, the book, the workbook, and the companion journal is that in the back of each one, there is a directory, because we always need resources. There are checklists so you can look at, you may be feeling a certain way and like, is this normal? Because nobody's really taking time to deal with their emotions one-on-one, step by step. And so you want to make sure, is this okay? Do I need to really go seek a therapist or a counselor or something? There's checklists. There's all type of information in there. And thanks to COVID, we have a lot of online resources. And they're good resources. They're good resources. And so if you feel like you need to talk to someone, if you feel overwhelmed, or suicidal or anything, information is in the back of this book as to what you need to do, how you need to handle that. I also have a journal because I want you to journal. When you start doing a lot of the scenarios in the book, they're going to trigger some things from childhood, maybe some things from adolescence, some things from hurtful situations. I want you to journal about it because unknowingly for years, you've buried that. That's been buried. And so we want to talk about it. We want to write about it. We want to read about it. And we want to see how we've been brought through it. A lot of people get hung up in that event and they stay there. They stay there. In my book, I talk about emotional maturity. And I tell the story about when I was working in banking. I had a manager. The bank we had was purchased by another one. And so we had new managers. And this manager came in and he had a large region. And he had a different kind of style of management, one I wasn't quite used to, but okay, this is what we're doing again. And so when he would get upset about something, this corporate person would like just jump on the tables and just rant and rave and yell. And I was like, what is wrong with him? But for years, I didn't know. And then one day I was actually studying in my master's program and I learned about emotional maturity. And many times our emotional maturity stops at the point of trauma. And so somewhere in his life as a child, he had a traumatic experience. And so every time he gets upset as a grown corporate leader, he goes back to that emotional place. And so a lot of us go back to that emotional place. And so the goal of the series is to help you get beyond that emotional place so that you can mature beyond that and deal with those issues. I also have people use this companion journal just to share things that they are really grateful for. The more you can write in the journal, the better. Because writing is therapeutic, but reading it is too. It almost helps you let go of some of the things that you buried. And then we want to start a regimen so that we don't continue to bury things. I hear a lot of people say stuff like, oh, I'm all right. I just have to deal with it. I just have to get through it. I got to do what I got to do. That may be true. But the main thing you have to do is deal with that emotion at that particular time. And it should be daily. It should be like a daily routine. You can do it at the end of your day. You can do it at the beginning of your day. I do it both. I do a whole gratitude thing and then just the mental awareness of the day. I was just talking with a colleague and they were like, people would really enjoy their day if they just knew how precious it was, if they understood that the treasures that we seek in life, the success, the material things, all of that, they're just external things. The real treasure is inside. There's a saying that everything you have is inside. When God created us, he put everything in us inside. And that is so true. And so this whole series helps you get back to that inner place, because at the very base of the inner place is your authentic self. Things that you have had to hide, maybe from your spouse, maybe from the people in your office, maybe some deficits you feel, or some shame or some guilt or something. These are things that you bury. And keep in mind, whatever you bury, that pain, that depression, all of that in your mind, that's what you feed your mind. People always wonder why other people think of the negative first. Things can just be perfect, and then somebody points out the negative, or, no matter what you do, somebody has to tell you what you didn't do, because you have negativity just sitting there that you're burying. So when you process things, that's the first thing that it picks up. People have to really work hard to go through what we call in the book strength building, okay? Because it may not have happened to you as a child, where people really look for the strengths, and that's what they built. Ordinarily, people look for the errors, and in their way to help you grow, they point these errors out so that you don't make them again. But they overlook everything that you did positively to get to that point, or how you managed the error, or what you may have learned from it. Yes, we do learn from our errors, absolutely, but we don't have to be reminded of them 24/7. One of the things I do is I work with a lot of children. Children are so real. Before they get into the age where they really are thinking about peer and peer pressure, they can really be very just helpful little beings. They tell you exactly what they feel if you allow them the space to speak, and how you make them feel, or how they make you feel, or whatever. I learned from that, because working with children will keep you grounded often. But it also teaches me so much that is the time when we should really be teaching how to manage our emotions. I was speaking with a person that, helps people with financial literacy. And one of the things is we are not taught about finances except for save, save, save. But there's so much more to it. And the same thing with emotions. We're taught, you're going to be okay. It's going to be all right. You'll get over it. But you never deal with those real emotions. And there's this thing that you got to be strong. Whatever happens, you got to be strong. But hey, it's in our weakness that God comes and helps us. And so don't worry about whether you cry or you get upset or okay. That's no reflection on you. Those emotions are there for a reason. Tears are for a reason. They're not just to wipe away and to hide. They happen for a reason. They're cleansing. And so the series takes you step by step as to what to do. Now, am I saying, hey, you just use this series and you'll be fine? No, I'm just saying this is where you need to start. A lot of people have used the series and actually taken their workbook and their companion journals into their appointments with their therapists and counselors. That really puts them on a whole different level, because you're not starting with somebody from scratch, where they gotta, kind of figure out what's going on. You can just talk from your place where you've worked out some things and where you have some issues that you're still struggling with. And that helps a lot. A lot of times counselors and therapists are just like anybody else. There's a fit. And so a lot of times if you've done this work in this book, it's easy for you to know what type of therapist or counselor you need, who would be a good fit for you, and some of the issues that you are dealing with. One of the things I want to share with you is I do a lot of work internationally and a lot of speaking. And I was on a stage in Nairobi where I was talking about mental health and emotional wellness, and things that you could do, and how the treasure is inside, and unlocking that. And afterwards, and I also talked about my books. And so afterwards, people were coming up to me, and I was like, man, look, this is a line. I was getting really excited. Oh, they really want these books. But what they really wanted to talk to me about was the emotional component, and culturally, that, there's some emotions that you just don't, and that there's some things where they really feel torn between the culture and what's going on now and moving forward. And so there was so much talk about that, I was like, when I go, now this is one of the first things I do. More than inspiration and empowerment and igniting, I want to talk about emotional wellness, because that's an issue across the board. As we turn on our TV and this person shot, that person shot. We just recently in our area had an individual drive their car off a pier into a water. Stress is really building. People are really struggling, but I want you to know that there are some components that you can use, along with any type of devotional book or any type of empowerment book. Use it all together to work on you. But the goal is to work on you, to put you first, your emotions first, and everything that you're dealing with. If you want to hide it from the world, that's up to you. But there comes a point in your day, where you should just put your cards on the table, look at what's going on, and work to improve those areas. And mental health and emotional wellness, just like any type of wellness, is so very, very important. I will have people tell me, I got a cut on my finger. It's looking funny. I'm going to the doctor. They'll go right away and take care of physical illness or any type of injury. But you can just be beaten and battered and broken emotionally, and you just feel like you're going to go to bed and wake up and it's all going to be okay. But we're in a new age and we're in a new day, and we know that it's going to take a little more than just thinking good thoughts. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with positive affirmation. There's nothing wrong with positive talk. But you still have to deal with the emotions underneath all of that, because the emotions haven't gone away because you're talking positively and you're, quoting affirmations and scripture. All that is good, but you still have to deal with that underlying emotion. And that's one of the things that I just want to share across platforms. When I speak to women, especially women, when I created this, I created it for women, because we have to, and people thinking about be strong. We're nurturers, we're mothers, we're wives, we're co-workers, we're business owners, we do it all. And so oftentimes we put ourselves last. We'll take care of the outside, the nails, the hair, anything else, massages and things like that. But that's just part of it. And so what I want to teach people, and I want you to understand, is that emotional piece has to be nurtured. You have to work to just manage those emotions every day, and then pull yourself away from things that are just going to be emotional triggers, people who are going to be emotional triggers. I teach at a university, and I have students say, well, Dr. Boone Thornton, that's great, but these assignments you're giving me are emotional triggers. Well, you just can't pull yourself away from everything. But you still have to take it as it comes. And so if the assignment is an emotional trigger, there are other things that are also emotional triggers. So you need to limit those things so that you can focus on. And one of the things that many women tell me, hey, I have a problem with procrastination, so things just kind of just mount on me and I have to get them all done at one time. We talk about time management. We talk about all the things, emotional bandwidth, everything that you can think of in these books. And I found in a conference that I did in Puerto Rico that there were men and women there, that the activities we do, the removing the mask activities we do, where we have just a white paper mache mask, and we have a legend with different colors. So green can be envy, blue can be depression, red can be rage, whatever. People will paint their mask. And it's so funny because when they hold their mask up to their actual face, you see this well-groomed, distinguished person. And then you see this mask with all this trauma that's going on underneath. And it's something that, I found that it's across the board, men and women. So even though I created this for women, I use it with men. I even use it with children. I had a grant that I did for a youth violence prevention grant, and we used it with some young men, and they were just took this to the next level. They asked for markers so they could draw lines and scars and X's and places where they had been wounded and it was still healing. I mean, they took it to another level. But again, this is the mask that we wear underneath. And so the goal of the series is to help you deal with what's underneath on that mask so that we can get to a point where we really just treasure and worship our inner person, and just so that you can become all that God created you to be and utilize all the gifts, and most important, enjoy yourself. When you celebrate, you can really celebrate, and you can be in the moment and stay in the moment in everything that you do. I'm Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. I just thank you for listening today, and I hope that you will go to my website, drmichelleboonethornton.com, learn more about just my journey in transforming your reality, the books, and just see some of the feedback from the people who've been present and have actually participated in it. I thank you so much. I'm going to take this opportunity to show all of these little books again. Looks like I might have a few more minutes. So I'm going to share just a few more other things. I have written some other books with people. This book, Empowering You, Let Go of the Past, Step Into Your Greatness. I've written several chapters here. And again, it's talking about masking, because if you looked at me where I started in this book, and then on the other side, when I stepped into my greatness, it looks like that mask I was talking about, and now the person that I am. I also did a devotion in a book called Rhythms of Rest, and they had 40 women from all over the world tell their story. And again, I thought to myself, Michelle, you really do have this is a issue for you. Not an issue, but something that you need to deal with. I started writing these things at different times, and in this one, I talk about trying to be all things to all people and control all things. And I learned, my chapter was refill, release and refill. You have to release some things. You have to turn it over. You can't control everything, and try to make everything happen so that you can be refilled, so that God can refill you, so that you can refill yourself. And so these are excellent books too. And in this book here, it's just African-American women from all over, women who are on the move so they can connect with business women, because business women, I mean, they are in the midst of everything, family, business, growing their business, maybe becoming, getting more academics, whatever it is. These are just great tools to use. And I implore you to use tools. There'll be people in this literary Olympics that are talking about some great books. I've read some of the great books of some of the people that are on this, but the key is to invest in yourself. Invest in yourself. And reading is one of the best investments that you can make in yourself. So take that opportunity. Get you a book, take you some time, read a couple of chapters a day, read a couple of pages a day. It's okay. If you don't have time to read and you're in traffic, like I'm in traffic, get the audio version and just put it in there and play it. And then when you get a chance, just write you some notes down, jot your notes down. I like to jot notes down from books because it triggers information for me all the time. And there are sometimes, you know, every day is a new day that I'm going through maybe something that I hadn't experienced before. And I'll just go back and I'll look and I'll be like, hey, yeah, they talked about that. That's something that I should keep in mind. So, you know, I can remember having my children read from very, very young ages. And it was something that, you know, we actually, especially me and my son, we made a game out of it. You know, we would go to the bookstores and just stay there all day, And he was young, so he was reading a series, right? Well, I'm his mom. I want to understand and know what he was reading. So I would read the book first, and then he would read it. And then I would read it and he would read it. We would talk about it. And it just became something that we did. And then I thought, okay, so we're at the point now that he's reading, and he's reading on his own. He doesn't need me to come in and read the book before. And so then I asked him, you know, let's write a little bit about what you read. And so he started writing, and he would write and he would write. And then at the age of 14, he wrote and published his own book. So, you know, you just can't go wrong. Reading stimulates everything. Again, like I said, I have done higher ed for the last 8 years. I've done mental health for 25 years, and I've been in schools, therapeutic day treatment programs. So working in the schools and working with the kids. So when you get children really reading and invested in reading, and they get invested when they see you reading, they get invested, because I can remember there was 9 years difference between me and my twins and my son. And so he wanted to do everything they did. And so whatever they read, he wanted to read. And so I took that and I used that. Again, that's the strength building model. I knew that was the strength of his reading. And so I challenged him to kind of try to keep up with him. And then he really got there. And so make sure you're reading. You can read as a family. You can read as a family. You can each read a chapter and talk about it. You know, it's a lot of fun. A lot of people are part of book clubs, which are great. But do it as a family. You know, you all reading the same book, and then sit down and talk about it. And you'd be surprised, you know, how your children view things. You know, I've read stuff and thought, well, that's not the way I took it. Well, I'm coming from a whole new, different perspective, different environment, different experiences. And so it's just a wonderful thing to read together. But it's important that you read books that help you and your children connect to people who look like them, who understand them, who've gone through things that they've gone through. And I'm not saying just one specific author, but, you know, whoever you can really connect with, who inspires you and encourages you to read more. I've had people say, you know, I read the one book all the way through. And I tell them, start with the workbook. But if you want to start with another book, it's okay. If you want to start with the actual book itself that talks about masking, you can start there. You might not be ready to start the workbook yet. You might want to know a little bit more about masking. So it's okay. You can start there. And anytime, before you even start these books, You know, when you just sit and you think about your life and some of the things that you've been through, and when people start to look at the mask, they start to look at the hurt and the pain that caused the mask. Use that journal to journal that, to get that out, to uncover that. I can remember people coming to my workshop saying, I wrote about things I hadn't experienced in years, things I hadn't thought about in years. But guess what? They were still here, and they were still part of that thing that was causing that negativity in your brain. And just, you know, it's, you know, that's what you're feeding your brain. It's still there. It doesn't go anywhere. You may not think about it, but it's there. If a trigger comes, you'll go right back to it. Some people say, you know, I was somewhere and I smelled the smell and it reminded me of my stepmother or whatever. And they were right back there again. So we've all experienced some type of trauma. It may be vicarious trauma from the pandemic or maybe firsthand. And so we need to be able to have some tools that we can use and work through it. Work through it. And that is very, very important that we work through it because then we can get to that authentic person who's just been covered up by the mask that we wear to protect us. We usually wear masks to protect us. We don't want people to see our vulnerabilities. We don't want them to see that maybe we may be a little afraid or a little anxious. You know, we want to, I'm fine, but that might not be the case. And I tell people that when you exhibit that behavior, that I'm fine, everything's okay, that you model that behavior for the next generation. And they may not be okay, but everything was okay with you. And so they feel like I've got to be that way, right? So let's just be authentic. It's not okay. You know, what are you going to do about it? Well, this is what I'm going to do about it. I'm going to deal with it. I'm going to work with it. I'm going to work with my trauma, my issues, my pain every day. Every day. I'm going to work a little in my workbook. I'm going to journal about it, good, bad, or indifferent. And because I'm still here, I know I made it out on the other side. But I don't want to just be here. I want to be in the moment. I don't want to be thinking about the past. I don't want to be thinking about the future. I want to be in the moment. And so these are tools that will help you do that. They will help you grow. You know, most of us are trying to grow professionally, not just grow our business, but grow ourselves, grow as parents, you know, grow as partners, grow our marriages, grow our families, grow with the relationships with our children. Well, we have to deal with our stuff first so that we can engage other people and really enjoy them. Really enjoy them. A lot of people are so busy with parenting and other things that they don't really have time to enjoy. You know, you're trying to make sure that you are there for everybody and everything, all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. But this life was meant for you to enjoy. And so, like you do external work on yourself, you need to do internal work on yourself so that you can fully feel joy and happiness and love. And it's not just a fleeting thing, you know, and then you're disappointed. Or it happens and you're so busy thinking about the next thing, you can't really even enjoy what you achieved. So take some time to enjoy what you achieved, to just enjoy the day. And yes, some days it's going to be raining, some days it's going to be sunny. It'll be hot, cold, whatever. Just enjoy. That is so important. And remember, transform your reality by removing the mask. And emotional wellness starts with you. You've got to put it into play. You've got to make it happen. You've got to make it a priority in your life every day. There's some things that you can't skip throughout the day. Some people who are diabetics, they can't skip their insulin. things will happen. Your brain, your emotions are some things things that are happening all the time. And so you need to be deal willing all the time. It needs to be a priority in your life. And until you make it a priority in your life, you're missing out on some things. And, you know, we just have so much going on. We're in the midst of a mental health crisis. We're in the midst of a health crisis for some people. There's so many things going on. There's viruses and the COVID and everything you can think of. So don't let this too be something that weighs you down emotionally, because you can fix it. You can start working on it today. You can order these books today. And I know it's something we don't like to talk about. Who wants to talk about weaknesses? But they're there. And we have to uncover them to work with them. So this has been Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. I am available on LinkedIn. If you go to The Unmasking Guru, you will find me. I put out motivational messages all the time. I put out statistics about mental health because you need to be aware of what's actually happening. One of the statistics that I had in a presentation that I was doing showed where we were talking about suicide. And, you know, one of the people say, Dr. Thornton, is that right? Men commit more suicide between the ages of, 12 and 34? I said, yeah, that's right. So, because it might not be something that's happening to us, we tend to dismiss it. But we don't want it to happen to us. We have to be preventative. We have to think preventatively. Start that conversation. If you know you're dealing with a lot of things emotionally, guess what? Maybe your husband is too. Maybe your children are too. And everybody is modeling this, I'm okay, I'm all right, strong, I can deal with it, I can handle it. There's a lot of social media that goes around that just shows you the best side of everything. I actually saw a picture that I shared with my students, and it was a picture, it was on social media, and there was somebody who was in another country, and, it was like dirt all around them, all types of things, people who were homeless and everything. And so they had a filter of some type where you saw them, they were dressed, and you saw all of these wonderful things around them. And it just looks like, everything is perfect. But in life, everything is perfect. No, that's not true. It's going to. And this is Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton, and I just thank you for spending this time with me. I hope that you go out and you purchase Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Face, or you visit my website. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. Thank you so much for that. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Good afternoon, good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Karen Vanderberg Johnson. I am the CEO of a salon in New York called Eternal Beauty of New York Salon. I am the co-founder of the Hair Madness Foundation, where we do complimentary wigs and hair pieces for individuals who suffer from cancer due to treatments and things such as aging and premature balding and alopecia. We give complimentary units to them. I am also instructor, a cosmetology instructor at the Westchester Barber and Beauty Academy, and I am the director at that school, Westchester Barber and Beauty Academy.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platforms, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children, with caring mentors and hands-on activities, with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City, USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement. I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ashley Felipegas, owner of Ashes and Seven Figure Magic and executive partner of Seven Figures Funding, and I'm your business speaker for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge with its power in order to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This week, we're going to be hosting the literary edition from the Black Business Olympics, showcasing writers, authors, speakers, publishers, agents, and literary enthusiasts. I'm known as the Financial Serenity Queen because I grant you peace of mind by providing you access to capital at 0% for your creative business or mental health nonprofit. An example of what I've achieved is partnering with a funding company, again, Seven Figures Funding, to offer business financial services. And now what I'm up to is accomplishing my own personal business brand to help aspiring entrepreneurs so that they too can make the greatest impact that I'm making right now. The key to my success is to help them to inspire and to elaborate on their dreams and so that they can grow and expand from there. I grew up learning that education, financial liberty, and success are keys to a good life. But I also learned to consider my aspirations. Now, I'm on a mission so that you too can also accompany yourself to experiencing the dreams and also the life-giving experience of opening your business so that you can also expand about them as well onto other people. What I'm up to now, what I love most about what I do is learning and exchanging ideas and also wisdoms from other people as well, and to also expand and put influence into their lives. And I also would love to add that I've also have a upcoming book that's called that's called the art and science. That's called the art and science of dreaming with a purpose. How we exploit our dreams and goals into our existing reality. And I would love to share some, and I would also love to share some specific key points on how we can also learn from this book as well. So, starting with a brief summary of chapter 1, introduction to dreaming with a purpose. And forgive me, my voice is a little bit, but it's okay. So, with chapter 1, introduction to dreaming with a purpose, it talks specifically about the strength of imagination, why dreams matter, and overcoming limiting beliefs. But I would really love to touch on of the strength of imagination because this is what correlates with me most. See, I would like to tell you all a little bit of a narrative. There's a young girl, roughly the age of 6 and 7, who was sitting in the front yard of her house. Was sitting in the grassy front yard of her house, of course. And she was living a pleasant life. You know, and she was living a very pleasant life. Encouraging, loving family, a great community within a great home, great school, good friends, you name it. You would think she would have it all together in her life. However, as time went on, she then began to realize that it wasn't always about what you were getting, it's also what you were giving that brought forth what you were putting into your life. And that's where the inspiration came in. So that I no longer had to think that everything had to be given to me on a silver platter without anything that I had to do with it. But moreover, it was also about giving back to other people, making genuine connections, and also learning to embrace the type of person that I truly am inside. And that person being an honest, helpful, loving, and caring giver. And that's the moment when I realized that I needed to start doing more for the world in my life. And to be honest, I know what I'm saying right now, it may seem a little bit abroad, but trust me, for anyone who knows what I'm talking about, they would understand it too. And that's where the inspiration of the book came in. How I'd be able to emulate my life to the way I want it to be without without the expectations of the world hanging over my shoulders, so that no more will I have to endure the potential ache, the regret of not doing what's really from my heart. And that's where introduction to dreaming with a purpose comes in. for the book. See, within my book, I've specifically talked about the specific key points on what it means to have a good dream, a great goal to accommodate, or even to align with that dream. And also to be able to have the right community that's going to uplift and influence you the right way on how you can get to that specific dream that you want to reach. And also, I want to also touch base on the upcoming obstacles that you will be facing, because there is literally a guarantee that you are going to be facing a lot of obstacles and a lot of exceedingly challenges. But guess what? From what I've learned from experience is that you are more stronger than your challenges or even your obstacles, more powerful than any circumstance that you can ever face. And that is a God-given right. So from chapter 1, the introduction to dreaming with a purpose, of the art and science of dreaming with a purpose, it talks about, it talks about the purpose and potential of what it means to dream. And it's not talking in a sense where you go to sleep every night and then you're just all of a sudden the neurons in your brain are just activated, and then you're automatically seeing this picture where you're actually within the dream, but you're experiencing it more vividly and more lucidly than you would in reality, than what you would ever experience in reality, I mean. So I want to give a brief quote from what I've written in the book. And it states, "To dream with a purpose means not just to wishfully or idealistically think alone. It's also a deliberate and conscious effort to envision, plan, and pursue our goals with clarity and intentionality." Now, what this adds on is that when you're dreaming, what are some of the basic desires that come from that dream? Because there is also a given research study that says that states that when you're dreaming, your dream is actually evolving and emulating the basic desires that you have. And what are those basic desires to you? It could be to own your own house, start your own business, a better life for your family, to reunite and connect with old friends. It could be anything. And what it means is that when you're first exposed to the key pinpoints and clues of what that dream is, it's not going to automatically give you the whole picture, as per se at times it could. Not to say it wouldn't, but the main important thing is that when those dreams open up to you, it's like opening up a catalyst or a whole entire realm of what it means so that you can explore more of what you want in life. So think about this to yourself. What's the one thing that you've always wanted for yourself? Or what's the one thing that you've always wanted for someone else? It could be some of the things that I've listed, be it a bigger house, a dream vacation, or even more time with your family, time, freedom, money, whichever it is. Or better yet, it could be something deeper than that. What does it mean to you, what your dream is telling you? And next, I want to go over to the next session of chapter 1, but this is the only section of chapter 1 that I'm going to give because I don't want to give away too many details, just so you know. And that is the strength of imagination. A brief story. When I was younger, and this correlates back to the introduction that I gave, because that little girl was me. And even though I wasn't really sitting in a field and whatnot, or even the front of my house when I had this speculation. I did have a lot of big dreams in my life, even though I didn't know what they were specifically at the time or what they actually meant. I knew that I had the biggest dreams. I knew that for myself, as far as I knew, that those dreams were going to become a reality one day. And that was exactly what I wanted. And to be more specific, the dreams that I really wanted was to make this world a better place by simply having others to make their dreams come true. Because I was never because I was never like a person to think only for myself. I was never a person who only thinks, out of the desires of her own heart or what I only wanted. Not just that. But the way my heart thought was exceedingly different. And that was to think more for others. What did they want? What were they striving for? What did they want to escape from? Because another thing for dreams is that not only they help you to escape, not only do they help you to get to the life that you really want, but they also help you. They also help you to escape the things that you don't want to continue in your life. It could be a bad breakup from a prior relationship that you had, or even a bad experience from be it a family member or even in any relationship. But it could also mean that you've been sick and tired of having to go through that same struggle your entire life, even since when you were at a young age. It could even be a traumatic experience that a loved one passed away, or it could like a loved one passed away, or even a natural disaster occurred that impacted you throughout. Or it could be you could even experience something that happened to you physically, mentally, emotionally, or the very least spiritually. And I'm here to tell you right now, there is nothing that can crush that spirit or dream that is within you. There is absolutely nothing that's going to take away that light. Anyway, back to the story on hand. When I was younger, I always relied on my imagination as an outlet so that I would be able to get through all the things that I was going through. And I'll be honest, at a young age, I was diagnosed with 3 things. I was diagnosed with major depression, psychosis, and even ADHD. And no one really knew much about it at the time, even when they came into first interaction with me. And it's been a struggle because when I was in school, I didn't always have the right ethical values to be able to conduct myself in a way where it was more pleasing or appeasing, as I put it, to other people or to their expectations or their standards. But I knew none of that was even personal, but that's just how it is now. That's just how it is. And I don't mind because I always loved authority, and there was literally nothing that could ever quake that. But anyhow, not to get too far off topic, when I was diagnosed with these things, I made a solemn promise to myself because I noticed how I was behaving. I made it a solemn promise to myself that I was going to be better, not just for myself, but also for those around me in my circle, and more importantly, and hopefully outside my circle. And that was all the things that I really wanted for myself. And that's the things I wanted for other people too. So the way it ties into the strength of imagination, there were times when I would get into, like a heap of trouble because, parents don't play like that. And there's times when I would get into a heap of trouble and I would feel immediately down. I feel like I let my parents down whenever that happens, but I'd always trace back to that sanctum happy place, that which is my imagination. And in that imagination were two amazing great helpers, transporting me to another world where there was peace, positivity, and prosperity. The three key things that helped me to get to where I am today. And I was forever thankful for them. Now, the way this ties in is that imagination can do a miracle, a miraculous miracle of wonders. And it's not only that it's just like a happy place for when you're younger and whatnot. It's not just for kids either. It's also a place where you get to collect more ideas on what you want to bring forth into the world. Like, for example, there was a famous inventor, though I don't remember the name specifically, and he invented the thing called the traffic light. And it was because there was like far too many cars that were, intersecting, and they just couldn't figure out who would get to go first. So that's when the traffic light was invented, so that it gave a more correlated and more prominent and potent. It gave a more prominent and potent direction as to who would get to go first within those intersections. And that was something that I really rooted for when I first learned that. And in my book, I wrote that imagination is a cornerstone of dreaming with a purpose, the fertile soil to which our aspirations take root and flourish. And it's the spark that ignites the fire of creativity and innovation, and the driving force behind most audacious dreams and visionary pursuits. What I mean by that is that not only does our imagination provide us like with a security blanket or a sanctum place where we can go to if we ever feel down, sad, angry, detest, or even unsatisfied with what we have. It's also a place where we can fish out new ideas to solve even bigger problems greater than ourselves, or even our own problems. The next thing I want to cover for my book is, let me see real quick, the goal setting and action planning. So goal setting and action planning, as we all know, is a very key and prominent tool that we use to make our dreams become a reality. Because without the right goals and without the right planning strategy, how else will we be able to make our dreams come true? Or how else will be able to get that new job? Or how else will be able to establish that new business or hit that, that money mark of $5 million or anything else? So one thing I want to touch base most on is setting the SMART goals. Setting for SMART goals such as being specific, measuring out your goals, and being a little bit more actionistic or actualizing those goals. Giving yourself the right reason and the right timing. And with those SMART goals, you're going to be able to achieve a lot of great things in life. I can promise you this. Now, I may not guarantee it, but I promise you, it's going to take you a whole lot more further than you ever thought possible. So when you're being specific, And this is letter S for SMART goals. When being specific, it means that you need to narrow down your niche. It means you have to narrow down what your goal may be. It could be broad, but you have to narrow it down to a level where it is achievable and it can be accessible so that you will be able to make that dream a reality. And that's the most important thing too. Because when I was younger, I always struggled with being specific as to what my dreams and aspirations were before I figured out what it was. And because of this, I knew I needed to come up with something a lot better that would be able to help me express what those dreams were. Because I already knew at the time what those dreams were, but I just had a hard time being able to express it in specific terms. And that's when I was presented with the SMART goal when I first started getting into business. And when they taught me about how to be specific, therefore, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. And that was to be able to help creative businesses and mental health nonprofits get the right resources, tools, and funding so that they will be able to strive forward with their goals into making this place a more creative and more sound, prominent earth. And for letter M, for measuring out your goals, this is mostly a specific term for making sure that it aligns. This is mostly a specific term for making sure that it is and will be an achievable goal. So you have to measure out all the possibilities and all the upcoming circumstances that could come with setting that goal and achieving that goal in the process. And one example for that is, I actually struggled with that too, because, well, per se, I struggled with this too because I know that for a fact, I could see multiple different possibilities for whichever goal I was setting for my life. And I made sure that to never ever lose track or lose sight of it. But the only thing is, I didn't make sure to measure out how the goal was going to be set. Is this goal going to be achievable? Is this goal realistic? Or is this goal really going to be accompanied? Or is this goal really going to accompany me to making a better impact? Or how is it going to impact myself? And that's what it means to be more measurable with your goals. In regards to letter A, which is achievability, or as I said before, actionable, it would mean that you need to be a little bit more, you just need to be a little bit more realistic, taking like a realistic approach, as I mentioned for letter M, for measurable. It means that you have to be more realistic, which means you would technically have to rely on, not too much, but you would technically have to take into account the circumstance that you're in now, and don't just view it as an overall obstacle. But the one thing that, the Holy Father taught me is that every obstacle is an opportunity for you to grow and learn from it so that you can become better at what you're doing. And so that's what that means. And so that's what this means. And for letter R, and I don't want to take up too much time, but letter R, it means to be more, give yourself a reason as to why you're setting that goal. And referencing back to what I mentioned about imagination, referencing back to the purpose of what your dreams are, what they mean is that you need to be more in line with what your why is, discovering what your ultimate why would be. And with that why, you also need to be more consistent with going back to that why whenever, circumstances like you actually got held up by traffic when you're getting to your first job or your first interview, or when you and your spouse are, consistently arguing over the same small stuff and whatnot. You always have to come back to your why, on why it is that you did it and that you wanted it in the first place, which is exceedingly important, especially for me. I take that to heart grammatically and dramatically, and it can never be stressed enough. And last but not least, timing. How are you going to set your time? How are you going to set your time? What are the key deadlines that you want to achieve that goal by? Say, for example, if you were to set your goal today, and today is the 15th, so you'd have to give yourself an extendable amount of time as to regarding on what your goal might be. If your goal is to make $5 million, and you set that goal today, then give yourself a great advance on how long it's going to take you to do it. Because there are some factors within timing that you can control, but there's a lot of time. But time itself, you cannot control. You'll never get back, ever. And this is where I struggle with mostly too, because it's also important that consistent time management and careful planning and being able to strategize what your timing is, you have to be able to do it. It's very important, because without the right careful timing that you have, or the right careful timing that you want to put forth in, as to the amount of effort that you want to put forth into it, you're going to have to be a little bit more rough around the edges with yourself on that. Not too much to an extent where you're being hard on yourself, but it takes a little bit more discipline, self-discipline when it comes to that. And next, overcoming your obstacles. Tying back to what the obstacles are. Overcoming your obstacles, meaning that when I referenced this before, you have to be able to see them as opportunities for you to grow, learn, and expand on what it is that you need to do in order to get around that obstacle. And for example, back in high school, I went through a series of mental, emotional, and spiritual changes mainly, because I always kept thinking there was someone in the back of the classroom that was constantly talking about me. And I didn't want that to be my main focus, because my main focus was on schoolwork and whatnot. And it just stuck with me since then. But now that I'm in the entrepreneurial space, I finally realized that it wasn't really the students that were quote unquote chatting about me in a way. It was in fact me. I was the main obstacle. I had the ultimate ordeal in this. And that's when I needed to take up more responsibility for myself. To, regardless if anyone was talking about me or not, I have to be more content with myself, just to focus more on what it is that I need to do, so I don't lose sight of my focus.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much, Ashley Augusta. You did an excellent job, and I think that you are a great inspiration to a lot of youth who may possibly be struggling with similar things that you were struggling with. But the most important part is that you were able to overcome that and still go ahead with your literary works. And you are definitely an inspiration. And a lot of younger kids, younger than yourself, are going to look up to you and say, wow, she did that. I think I can do that as well. So thank you so much for all that you've done. How do you feel about being a role model to the younger generation?
Well, to be honest, it can be a little bit, pressuring and whatnot. But the only thing is that what's mainly important is the message that they themselves get out of it as well. And it's not really about me, but It's just about the influence that I have on someone else. And that to me is more important than anything else. And I couldn't take all the credit for it because it's actually God through me that is giving a message to someone. And to be honest, I know I'm being a little bit, generic and whatnot, but hey, the main thing is that it's important that you listen. It's very important that you listen. And it cannot be stressed enough because you want to be able to take away the message that is being taught to you and utilize it in a way where you can be able to make amends with yourself and be able to use that as a tool for the rest of your life. And how you
Okay.
want to.
All right. Thank you so much. You are a great inspiration to our younger folk. And I am going to see you on the other side. Genius is common. See you on the other side.
Thank you. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes. Okay, at this time, I would like to promote the scholarships. We have the Black Business Expo, which is a mission to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the fund or the scholarship, or you can use Cash App. The Cash App address is on the screen below, which is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to students. Students can register for that online at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. Once again, every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We'd like to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, February 2024. One of those are NC 1000, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training Development Council, Step Management, BHS Associates, Merge McLean Foundation Incorporated, and of course, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Woman Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studio, Lee Entertainment, Artistic AOP Design. Well, that's Artistic App Design, excuse me. Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Cash flow. 5, 10, 10, 75.
I use the cash flow app to keep track of my charities.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75 helps you manage expenses, helps keep track of charitable giving, helps you save your money. Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75. Download it today. Cashflow 5, 10, 10, 75 would like to wish the Cyber Bears good luck in this year's first robotics competition.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.fivestarbdm.com today to learn more.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, Our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Masterclasses led by African industry execs and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Passion has been around helping communities of color and historically underrepresented and underserved communities, minority, rural, veterans, persons who are differently abled, in the intersection of education, innovation, technology, industry, and let's throw some entrepreneurship in there just for fun. seeing more around innovation, incubators, accelerators. I love the idea of going from innovation to commercialization.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media for.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him, and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
An organization called African Diaspora Maritime just announced a first-of-its-kind sailing team that will be based right here in Baltimore.
This team has some groundbreaking goals. Alex Glaze has much more on the story, and he's going to break it down for us.
This is the chance for us to change the conversation in America, with Baltimore leading the way.
As a member of the 1992 America's Cup winning team, Charles Cathcart knows what it takes to win. But his vision for ADM's sailing team goes far beyond what happens in the water.
The goal, besides just the racing, is to reach out to the communities that need support, that need vision, that need a way to get people more involved in a wide variety of topics.
The plan is for the Baltimore-based team to be easily accessible to young people and give them an opportunity to learn. ADM's program will not only teach the sport of sailing, but also the math, science, and engineering behind the new technologies of sailing.
These skills are going to be needed to expand the knowledge of these young people in their futures, even if they choose not to continue with competitive sailing.
ADM is hoping to introduce yachting to a new audience and show the world how sports and community can affect change.
What we envision happening is that with this team acting just like a Jamaican bobsled team, people from around America are going to focus in on Maryland and see how we're doing things. And if we do the things that we should with this team and reach out to people and get everybody involved, as many people as possible, we're going to be a template for the things that can change in this country.
I absolutely love this. I mean, them teaching more than just the sailing, the science behind it, the endurance, a lot of things that have to come to fruition.
A lot of math, and you would think that a sailor would be, you know, scrawny, small guy. No, they're saying that these guys are built like defensive backs of the Ravens. So these are bigger, in shape guys that are.
They might do a little double dose there. They might sail during the week, play for the Ravens on Sundays. We'll see.
How long a program is it? Do you know how long it takes for them to learn?
I don't know how long it takes, but they were saying it costs a lot of money.
I'm sure it does.
Almost $100 million to put together a winning team. That's a lot of money goes into that.
So glad to hear that you're going to be supporting the project.
In the heart of America, there are dreams waiting to be realized. Dreams of owning a home, creating a haven for families, and building a future. Yet, there are 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers and nearly 20 million renter households who have the credit and income to qualify for a mortgage but remain left out of the home buying process. These potential home buyers are in urban and rural America, where dreams should flourish. The big banks, the giants of finance, have all exited the mortgage.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Karen Vandenberg Johnson. I am the CEO of Eternal Beauty of New York Salon, co-founder of the Hair Madness Foundation, and a licensed cosmetology instructor and director at the Westchester Beauty and Barber Academy. I am your moderator on the Black Business Network, Black Literary Olympics. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate business and business owners. Our next speaker is Gerald L. Hoover. I present to you Gerald L. Hoover. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Karen, and everyone else. Happy to be here.
Great. Thank you so much. Remind us who you are and give us a little background of what it is that you do.
Sure. I am a award-winning author, motivational speaker, adjunct professor at LIU Brooklyn. I write books for young adults and children, and I've recently started the children's series, the Hero Book Series, about 2 years ago. So I've been writing overall, believe it or not, for over 40 years. I just turned 58 last December. I may not look it, but I'm 58, and I've been writing since I was 18.
Wow, impressive. Okay, so tell us a little bit about your children's stories. Who is it geared toward? Is it something to inspire the children? Just give us a little background on that.
Sure. It's called the Hero Book Series, right? And that's my website, the Hero Book Series. The first book, which started in 1983, is called My Friend, My Hero. And the reason why I put hero in each title, and so it's 5 books right now. Each book has the word hero in it because I want young men, particularly young men and women of color, to see themselves in the characters. Okay, so they'll see, pick up a picture of young men and young girls of color on the covers, but when they read the stories, a lot of it will be identifiable to the demographics that I'm serving, and that's like the inner city. And the main thing is I want young men and women to be improved on literacy, right? Reading and writing, because I recently read a study. Well, this happened a while ago, but I read a study that 85% of the young men and women that are in the penal system are functionally illiterate. That tells you something there. That 85%, you might as well just say all of them. You know what I mean? That's in the penal system are functionally illiterate. What's that tell you? If you can read and write and process information, you have a better chance of staying out of jail or going to the grave. And so that has spurred me on, aside from the fact that my dad, unfortunately, and it's my father's side of the family, or alcoholics and drug addicts, and I saw that coming up, and I didn't want to go that route. So writing was a sort of an elixir and an emotional release for me. And so I took up writing, and I've been doing it ever since. And I think for me, personally, writing was a cure-all for me because I had a stuttering problem. And you'll hear it as we speak now. I used to talk really fast, and I stuttered. So I had a double whammy. And so having a conversation with people when I got excited was a chore, but writing wasn't. I can see things a little differently. I had a vivid imagination, and so that's worked for me. And like I said, I've been doing it for over 40 years.
Thank you for that, Gerald. Thank you so much for that. We look forward to your presentation. Genius is coming, and we shall see you on the other side.
Oh, yeah.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we developed a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
How you doing?
Welcome back, Gerald L. Hoover.
Yes, I'm happy to be back.
Okay, we look forward to your presentation. Again, Genius is coming, and we shall see you on the other side.
Yes. Hi, everyone. For me, Gerald L. Hoover, writing is like living, eating, and breathing. Why do I say that? Well, I recently read a study that, or article, I should say, that 85% of the young men and women that are in the penal system, meaning incarcerated, are functionally illiterate. That is tragic, all right? Because unfortunately, too many young men and women of color are indeed incarcerated. And also, I actually believe I heard something. Now this was a nationwide search, nationwide article. But when Mayor Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, had taken office, one of the first things he said was over 50% of the inmates were indeed functionally illiterate, and I think that was more. I think it's more than that, but that number is tragic. And that leads you to believe that if young men and women can read and write and process information correctly, that there's a better chance that they can find success in some kind of way. Why? Because at the very least, they'll be able to figure things out, right? If I think if you don't have anything in the brain, in the soul, in the mind, or in the spirit, you can react to anything. And you just see a lot of times when crimes happen, it's usually something that spurs of the moment. A person doesn't think, and they react. If you had something that was weighing your mind, spirit, and emotional state down, knowledge, you do something better than committing crimes. And I hazard to think how many men and women that are indeed behind that 7 by 10 cell, thinking that they should have done something different. I've never been to jail, but my dad has been. One of the reasons why I actually started writing 40 years ago, 41 years ago, was because my dad was a drug addict and alcoholic, and it messed up my family dynamic severely. So much so that my mother, I think, was traumatized because she thought that when I turned 18, I'll probably be like my dad. But I was determined not to do that. Not that I didn't love my dad, not that I was ashamed of him, even though he was in a messed up way. I just didn't want to do that. All right. I wanted true success. And one of the things that I aspired to be was a writer. And I worked at it, worked hard at it. My first book, My Friend, My Hero, was published in 1992. Right. I started it in 1983. And once I started sending it out to agents, editors, publishing houses, lawyers even, it took over 42 drafts. 42 rejection letters before I got accepted by a publisher. So I had averaged about 5 rejections a year over an 8-year period. And I kept doing it. Why? Because I believed in it. I believed in my story. I believed in what I wrote. I believed that it could be a force to help young men, particularly young men, read, enjoy a story that can relate to them. And the book has been published for over 32 years. My Friend, My Hero turned into a series. My second book is called He Was My Hero 2. My third book is called A Hopeful Hero. And the fourth book of that teenage series is called Hoop Hero. And what I did was I came up with a fictitious character, Bennett Wilson, and made him a basketball player living in Mount Vernon, New York, where I live, where I'm from. I'm born in the Bronx, but raised in Mount Vernon. So I used a lot of real life experiences, or things that were true to life, I should say. And I put them into a story. And it's been a blessing for me, my family, and my friends. The fact that I started it on a ironing board because I didn't have anything to write with is amazing to me, because the first 9 drafts were written by hand, literally by hand. I would buy I would buy notebooks, loose leaf and spiral, and write. And I had a cousin that would named Ron. He would do my editing for me, and he would literally just take what I had from the notebook, mark it up, put papers, sticky notes, attach it, staple it, scotch tape it to where I need to make changes to it. Then I would go back, look at what he wrote, or look at what I wrote, and rewrite the whole thing by hand. I did that 9 times. Now, with the technology we have now, where you can actually talk to text and different things of that nature, I don't see how I would have been able to do it in this era, in this day. But back then, I didn't have anything to write with, so I did what was best. I used my hand. But I think that made me a better writer. It made me appreciate hard work. And it's been a blessing to me. And like I said, for me to be rejected for over 40 times, and for the book to be still out and prominent, and also have curriculum to go with it, to which I use in schools, is I couldn't even imagine. I may not be as famous as Elin Harris or Alex Haley or some of the other prominent Walter Mosleys, but I'm making my mark, all right, because I'm still doing it. And I have more to come. I've even transitioned from, I won't say transition, I've even included not just teenagers, young adults, but little children. So what I did was I came up with a picture book. The first book is called A Basketball Hero Is Born. And what I did was I took the character Bennett Wilson, who is 18 years old, and My Friend, My Hero, and made him a child. I birthed him, right? And that was powerful because I made a prequel from over 30 years, right? And it kind of, someone told me that I was doing something like Star Wars. Or, I didn't have Star Wars in my mind, but I thought about how can I expand my series, and for me to be able to include young people, right, babies, if you would, I can have a series where you can grow within the series. So the Hero book series could be something from 6-year-old to or in a pre-K or kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade, and that's the premise, to be able to have a series where every grade level could be met, every situation can be met, and also I have essay questions and topics of discussion within the book, right? So you have a book, you also have essay questions. I did that along with having a curriculum that was I had paid a curriculum educator that knows how to do curriculum, and they did a phenomenal job. And I have curriculum even for the children's books, the picture books, all the way up through the books for teenagers and young adults. Why? Because literacy, again, to me, is just so important. Being able to read and write, being able to understand words, being able to look at words, being able to just do anything that can give you knowledge, because knowledge gives you power. Power gives you confidence. Confidence gives you faith. Faith moves mountains. And so that's been my premise, to increase knowledge, increase power, increase confidence, and increase faith, because you can move those mountains. And hopefully something will catch on to where this is a global thing, and not just for people of young men of color, but just something that anyone can read and gain knowledge from. Because again, knowledge is power, and knowledge is free. This knowledge just takes effort, because you have to get into it and learn. I'm going to read an excerpt of my book, which sort of got me started, and I'll be quick with it, because this is at the beginning of what made me write the book in the first place. Dedication to my dad. I dedicate this book to my father for what he went through in life, inspired me to write. My father, Charles Yvonne Hoover, passed away on April 20th, 1989, at the tender age of 43. Pop, as I affectionately called him, was some kind of guy. With his magnetic personality, he can draw attention from anyone. Blessed with a multitude of gifts and talents, he could carry on a conversation about anything. You name it, and he knew something about it. Pop was a great guy, but Pop was a drug and alcohol abuser. Those gifts he was blessed with were tarnished. No matter how much he knew, he could not put them to good use. Yes, the question could be asked, why do people do drugs? But more importantly, the question should be raised, how can we help? And how can we put a stop to drugs? And I put drugs in here in capital letters. I know it was a very delicate subject, one that cannot be easily talked about, especially with parents. I'll admit it was pretty hard for me, but I did it. And the reason why I said that, because usually parents talk to their children about drugs. You're not necessarily the child talking to your parent about them being a drug or alcohol abuser. One cold night in January 1988, my wife and I were living, my wife at the time, was living with my parents. Was living with my father. My parents were divorced when I was 6 years old, and his folks and a 3-room apartment in the Bronx. I remember my pop asking me, "What's wrong, baby?" Baby was the pet name he used for all those that he loved. Nothing, Pop. But him knowing me for the entire 22 years I existed on Earth, that's how long this was, didn't believe me. "You sure?" he asked. "No, as a matter of fact, something is wrong." "What is it?" He took a seat across from me. We were at the kitchen table. "Pop," I said with all due respect, "you're on drugs and I don't like it." His look was one of surprise and shock. "What you say, Gerald?" "You're on drugs." And I gotta admit, when I said this, I was on pins and needles on 8 levels. He said, "Gerald, you don't know what you're talking about." No, I'm sorry. He said, "I'm sorry, Gerald, you don't know what you're talking." And I do, Pop. I had to interrupt him, because I know who got you into it, and I know when you started it and how you started it. He felt cornered, but unlike a squirrel that would go for your throat when cornered, my father ever so humbly admitted, "You're right, son." Water began to fill his eyes. "You need help." "Yeah, baby, I really have been trying to stop this junk, but I know how it is. I didn't know from experience how it was, but I figured he was having a rough time. We talked a while. We cried and we hugged. He told me that he would go along with the help if I would make the arrangements. I did make the arrangements by calling various drug and alcohol treatment centers, and they basically told me that he had to do it himself. Of course, I made the arrangements, but he didn't hold to his end of the bargain. By this time, February 1988, when I refused to call him as often, my wife and I had moved to upstate New York. Needless to say, I was very hurt and disappointed. I was never really ashamed of him, couldn't bring myself to do that, but I wasn't exactly proud of him either. My father continued to become physically ill, going in and out of the hospital for one reason or another. But one day, while lying in his hospital bed, something came over him. He said to a close friend of his, "You know, God has been really good to me." My father realized this while taking yet another medication for another illness. I feel like I'm at peace with God, and the word peace here is in capital letters. My dad said, his voice filled with emotion, "Man, I don't want to be like this." My dad this time was getting sick and tired of being sick and tired. He says, "You can make a change, Charles." That was my dad's name, of course. And his friend said, "Yeah, I know. And before I take this stuff again, I'd rather God take my life. As soon as I get out of this hospital, I am going to get back in church." My dad made a change. He reacquainted himself with what he loved dearly in church, playing his musical instrument. My dad was a trombonist and a drummer. But due to the nature of his illness, he was unable to perform the way he would have liked. But that didn't stop him. He became a spiritual booster. Charles Levon Hoover bought himself a brand new reference Bible, a set of new shirts and ties, and several pairs of shoes, and a host of suits. He was always sharp as a tack. Yeah, my dad was he was quite the dresser. Working in church and helping in areas that he liked really excelled. Working in church and helping in areas that he really excelled in gave him great joy and satisfaction. So much so that he sought to expand his role. My dad aspired to do what my dad aspired to do was to visit rehabilitation centers, to teach the youth, using himself as a living example about the dangers of drug use, about the dangers of using drugs. He also wanted to go to the street corners to catch those who had not began to experiment with drugs, to encourage them not to do it. And I wrote "not to do it" in capital letters. I'm proud of what my dad wanted to do. He realized that he lived a life that was destroyed by drug use, and he wanted everyone else to realize that drugs are not the way to a healthy and productive life. Pop, you may not have been Martin Luther King or George Washington Carver or even a Malcolm X, but in my book, you're all right with me. Then I concluded with, young people, we can make a difference. Don't do drugs, stay in school, live and be somebody. Now I know we live in an age and time now where marijuana is legal and other things can happen and all that kind of stuff, but I don't, and vaping and stuff like that. So this was years ago when I wrote this. I don't think that, to me, it's a positive outcome with that. That's my thing. I just think that, shucks, meditation, prayer, reading, writing, walking, exercising, eating better, eating good, eating as best as you can, and walking if you would, could just help your life get better. Right? I think there are other things that can help stem the tide of depression, anxiety, ADHD, even, a lot of things that's going on with our mental health situation here. I personally don't think marijuana works, but that's me talking because I saw what drugs and alcohol did with my family. My dad, unfortunately, like I said, when he passed away at 43, he lost part of his bicep, his left arm, because he was shooting heroin in his arm. He didn't have a lot of, some of his stomach was taken out. He was in bad shape, and he was only 43 years old. And so I saw what the kind of drugs that he took did to him, and I just shied away from it. But by me shying away from it, I did, like I said, I wrote books, and I give speeches, I do workshops and different things of that nature to try to help young men and women to just do better. And as I do these things, if I've traveled the country to speak, matter of fact, I even taught in China. In 2016, I taught a course in China because I'm an adjunct professor at LIU Brooklyn, and they had an exchange program where I was able to go to teach an accelerated program, and in Beijing, and that was a powerful experience because I thought about the fact that I started writing on an ironing board in my house because I had no desk to a kitchen table to writing the first 9 drafts by hand to getting rejected over 40 times to, be on the odyssey journey that I've been on to write to all of a sudden now I'm being flown to China to teach young men and women that are of my race. I don't speak Mandarin. I don't speak Chinese. I had an interpreter to help me do what I need to do. But it goes to show you that if you start something, doesn't matter where you start from, right? That doesn't matter how meager the beginnings are, how lowly you think you are. Start, right? Start. Not too many men in scripture started with everything. In other words, they didn't have it all together. Not all of them. They had issues, situations, but they still pressed forward. And I'm not here trying to preach on them like that. I'm just showing you that sometimes you just got to take those steps. Right? Take the steps. Just take the steps. I really believe confidence is built by movement. Right? Confidence is built by movement, and the person that's confident cannot be stopped. But confidence has to be fed. So confidence and faith sort of have to work in concert with one another. I think confidence is the belief that will fuel faith. Faith will just move the mountain, but you have to believe that you can do it. And you have to be confident that what you say, what you do, what you process, what you undertake is going to happen, regardless how dark it looks, no matter how many doors have closed in front of you, no matter how bleak it looks. And something, it doesn't matter even how you feel. Sometimes you just got to just start speaking that word. I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. I'm successful. I'm going to do it. And sure, slowly but surely, things will start to happen. Nothing really is gained just by ease. You look at the owner of Macy's, right? He went bankrupt 3 times. I'm talking about bankrupt 3 times. Kept going, and look what happened. We have a Macy's Day Parade every November, every Thanksgiving. So I just believe in the process of just the process. Push through, power through. For young and old, read, write, understand what you're doing. I understand we have books on tape, we have this, that, and the third, but sometimes picking up a piece of paper of a book can do wonders. Why? Because your senses will start to activate. It's been said that sometimes even touching a book physically with your hand, you'll get virtue, where you start to obtain some of the knowledge that's written in the book. And you think about this too with a book. You'll get the benefit of reading as fast as you can, reading something that may have taken a person years to complete. Right? Let's say it was a research book that a person took 20 years to complete, but yet you can read that book within a month. Think about how powerful that is. But you're able to download all that information that this person had processed, and you're able to do it within a nick of time. So
thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. It's very inspiring. Thank you for sharing such personal stories with us about your personal experiences. I'm sure it will inspire others. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
God bless. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Have you ever seen a parent stressed out and needed a stress reliever with their child? One morning I was coming out of a store and saw a mother and her 3 or 4-year-old son. She was highly upset, actually beginning to yell at him. However, the more upset she became, it seemed the calmer the child became. He sat down on the sidewalk, crisscross applesauce, folded his arms, and looked up at her with a smile. You see, the angrier she became, the calmer he became, because he had the control of the situation. Hi, I'm Frizelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Frizelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I'm a retired teacher, school district administrator, an author, speaker, and I am the parenting 911 coach. My mission is to rescue families by equipping parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies to enhance their parenting skills. Many times we as a society expect parents to teach, train, and raise their children without providing the necessary tools they need to accomplish this. However, parenting issues cannot be resolved without intervention. Therefore, Frizelma Teaching Parents has provided coaching programs, digital courses, and live webinar trainings to provide step-by-step research-based parenting strategies, even for parents whose children are disrespectful, defiant, for those who have been diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, and even for parents of adult children. No longer will you have the need to feel like you are a failure as a parent. You'll now have the tools needed for each situation. Trust me on this one. Go to www.parenting911.org. Book a 15-minute strategy session with me or choose one of the coaching programs. Our training helps parents relieve stress.
Having a brand that resonates with so many people across the world is truly a phenomenon. But being the face of that brand that empowers people is something that I don't take for granted. It's actually way bigger than me. But it's when I hear those stories of what people had to overcome, that is what our brand is about. Resilience, persevering, and not giving up. Physically, mentally, or spiritually.
The power of the written word is magic. Like fire from the midday sun, like thriving roots from a young tender oak, like ocean waves reaching for the sky, like black voices stretched across a space of regality and purpose, like yesterday's tears and fight becoming today's victory. The power of the written word is magic.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much more. featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Karen Vanderburg Johnson. I am the CEO of Eternal Beauty of New York Salon, co-founder of the Hair Madness Foundation. I am a licensed cosmetology instructor and the director at Westchester Beauty and Barber Academy. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. I am your guest speaker for this segment of Black Business Network. Like I say, my name is Karen Vanderburg Johnson. I am the owner of Eternal Beauty of New York Salon, which is located in the Bronx, New York. I've been in establishment since 2002, and we are located on the Gun Hill Road segment of the Northeast Bronx. When I first became licensed in 1995, the hair industry was very much different from it is today. Things were run very professional. It was about sanitation, keeping all of our implements clean, scheduling, being very professional. All of our technicians wore gloves. We always had smocks on to cover ourselves, to protect us from any kind of chemicals. And also we were covering our clients to protect them from any chemicals. Nowadays, things are a little looser. I'm not exactly happy with the way it's going, but that's the way it goes. With social media nowadays, we have a lot of stylists who are using this term self-taught. So the self-taught means simply that they are not attending cosmetology school. So that is okay, because now we have YouTube and we have other people who are giving personal classes. People are signing up. But the problem with that is they're not becoming licensed by the state that they're located in. And I feel that it's very important to receive formal training, because certain things aren't taught by a YouTube channel. Certain things aren't taught by a personal individual who decides that they want to become a self-taught now instructor. Things such as the makeup of hair, the layers of hair, the layers of skin, what kind of ingredients such as sodium hydroxide and thioglycolates and all of these chemicals that go into the products that we're using. These are not taught on YouTube channels. These are not taught on a personal person who just self-taught themselves how to install a weave or a wig. So I believe that it's very important for individuals who are interested in becoming beauty professionals to still attend a cosmetology school. In New York State, the cosmetology school is required, the state of New York requires 1,000 hours of cosmetology in order to be qualified to perform services on clients. This 1,000 hours comprises of not only hairstyling, it comprises of nails, which we do manicures, pedicures, also nail extensions, nail art, and all of the fancy things such as sculpted nails and coffin nails. All of this is included within the 1,000 hours. Within that hour, those 1,000 hours, also there's massage therapy for individuals who choose to become massage therapists, masseuses. They can work for themselves. They can work for a physical therapy office facility for medical purposes. Also within our 1,000 hours, we offer barbering. Barbering is a specialty where normally it's for men more than likely, but we do have women who need a barber as well, depending on the length of their hair or the style of their hair. So barbering is something that a lot of women cosmetologists are tapping into now, as well as the barbers. We also have other specialties that are popular, very popular nowadays, such as eyelash extensions. Eyelash extensions has always been a thing, but it seems like in the 2020s, it's become extremely popular. Not only with the younger generation, it's extremely popular with our older generation. So this actually is a whole business in itself. We have individuals who only specifically become eyelash technicians, and they open businesses, they have social media pages, and actually they stay busy. So if they're staying busy, that means that this field of the beauty industry is very lucrative. It's keeping people in business. So it's a very, very good way to go about becoming a beauty professional, depending on what it is that you're interested in. There's also hair removal, such as threading, tweezing, waxing. Hair removal is popular as well in the industry right now. A lot of women are becoming professionally waxed instead of doing the at-home razor thing or the nair or neat thing that was taking place back in the days. A lot of women are going to specific spas for specific hair removal. There are high-tech forms of hair removal that hair can be removed through electric machines, through electrotherapy and electrolysis. That's a more serious procedure that we also have to keep in mind, that once it's become medical, a cosmetologist cannot perform it all alone. They would need to be within a medical professionally facility where a medical professional assists them in the procedures. So within the cosmetology 1,000 hours, there we have the hair, the nails, the makeup application is very big as well. People are making a living nowadays off of makeup application. Makeup can be done without technically a cosmetology license, but it is best to know the layers of skin, the types of skin, the different type of products that can be used on different types of skin. For an example, if a person has very oily skin, you cannot use oil-based moisturizers or oil-based foundations and creams such as that. But if you aren't professionally trained, you may not know these things. There's dry skin where you can use oil-based products to maintain the health of the skin and the beauty of the skin. There are several ways that one can go about becoming a cosmetologist professional. And the beauty of it is that once you do those 1,000 hours from head to toe, you are licensed by your state and you can perform services. Now, the 1,000 hours are only in New York. In other states, it can be more hours. 1,000 is actually the lowest. And I'm very surprised that a state as movers and shakers as New York is, came with the lowest number of hours to get licensed by that state. Some states are 1,500, some states are 1,200. It all depends on where you're located. And I speak so much about the cosmetology field and becoming professionally licensed because I am a cosmetology licensed instructor. So with that, I teach individuals from beginning to end. We have 500 hours of theory, which is our book work, where we go according to a text called My Lady. My Lady has been in existence since the 1950s. The 1950s, exactly 1955, is when the first cosmetology state board exam was created. Since 1955, every year the My Lady book has been the tool in which the students take the theory for becoming licensed. As well as theory, we have practical. Now, the practical work is where you do the hands-on training. When the students are in school, the first thing they learn is to work on a mannequin, because we don't want to just throw the students off at a person and they're not exactly equipped for that. So when we work on mannequins, we like to work on straight hair, we like to work on wavy hair, we work on curly hair, and we work on coily hair. So there's 4 levels of hair that we work on when we are doing our practical sessions at the school. There's a chart nowadays that is very popular. It's called the hair pattern chart. This chart was established by a man named Andre Walker. Andre Walker is the beautician, is the personal beautician for Oprah Winfrey. I believe he's no longer her beautician, but he was her beautician for several years. And while he was her beautician, he created a company where he had a lot of products that he was promoting and selling to the public. He felt, and I feel that this was very genius of him, that in order to properly sell his product to the masses, he would have to identify which type of hair pattern the person has. Because if you have very straight hair, you may be able to use a certain product. Certain products work best with you. If you have very curly hair or very coily hair, as we call it now, that product that worked for the straight-haired person may not work for the coily or curly-haired person. So Andre Walker created a chart. It goes from 1A to 4C. 1A being the straightest, 4C being the curliest. In this chart, you can look at the dimensions and the patterns of the hair strands, and that is the way that us as individuals can determine what texture of hair or what wave pattern or hair or what we use, what products is best to use to take care of our particular hair. So from just Andre Walker creating his own personal challenge, his own personal chart just for his products alone, this chart has become something that My Lady adapted and put into the My Lady textbook. So now from the beginning of the book to the end of the book, we teach the students according to this chart. It's very popular. So even in the beauty salon, They come in and they say, well, am I a 1A, a 2B, a 3C, a 4D? There's no such thing as 4D. It goes up to 4C. But now we have a physical chart that they can point to. We can measure the hair against it, and we can determine what products are best. So I am a supporter of Andre Walker's hair pattern chart. Okay, so along with theory now, in theory, we start at, before we even talk about doing hair and what are the properties of hair, what is hair comprised of, we have to talk about the history of hair, where hair started, what were the trends from Egypt to other parts of Europe to parts in India. What were the trends? Trends go back to so far as certain women in Africa. We take the trends back to Africa. That is where we find our oldest trends of hair and our oldest artifacts and our oldest samples of things that were used to maintain hair, things that were used to style hair. Certain things were used to determine if a person was married or single. Certain parts of the hair was used to determine if a person was of a certain class system, or things that determined a tribe. There were things that determined certain things that told us about this individual. So we trace it back to Africa. That is the origin of the artifacts that we find. We find certain types of combs that look very similar to the combs that we use today, certain types of brushes, certain types of ornaments. Ornaments was very, very important. The more adorned the hair was determined how high in status the person was as far as class system. So there are certain things that we look at in those days that can determine a lot about an individual back in Africa. As we moved on into American culture and the slave trade began and the whole Atlantic slave trade took place, we realized that women were getting cornrow styles. And part of the journey of the cornrows, it dates back to they were actually building maps to escape from slavery. So the map was on the actual head of the individual. They would braid a person's hair into a formation that would determine how a person can travel away from slavery into freedom. I'm not sure how effective that was, but that is what we learned, that it was roadmaps into slavery, which I feel was very, very innovative, very unique at the time. And I'm sure that we don't have facts and statistics on it, but I'm sure that it helped several people escape slavery, several people. Moving up in time, we go into the roaring 20s in America. We had the whole Betty Boo phase. A lot of women were wearing styles such as finger waves, and even up until today, finger waves is taught in cosmetology school. Not only is it taught in cosmetology school, some women still wear finger waves. Finger waves come in and out of trend. When trends are short hair trends, finger waves come into play. Also, on our state board exam, there is a segment of it that you have to do finger waves in order to pass that exam. You cannot fail finger waves. So even though we may not see it as popular in the streets, in fashion, it comes in and out, it goes in and out of trend, it is a requirement for all stylists who are interested in becoming licensed stylists to learn how to do finger waves. I'm also the director at the school Westchester Beauty and Barber Academy, located in Mount Vernon, New York. I love working for Westchester Beauty Academy. Why? Because Westchester Beauty and Barber Academy is Black owned 100%. And actually, it is the only Black owned barber and beauty institute in Westchester County, New York. So I dedicate my time, I dedicate my energy. I really work hard at seeing all of the students become licensed and gain the knowledge that they need to survive in the world of cosmetology. Being the director, I have to make sure that the school is state regulated and we are meeting all of the requirements that the state is putting out there for schools to adhere to. So certain things that people overlook as far as the ratio of students to teachers and how much we have to keep up with attendance and report it in to make sure that we are meeting requirements that the state is asking. We have to go on conferences. The instructors at the school have to be updated yearly with new classes on all of the new and innovative things happening. New things such as new products given that are being produced by many companies, things such as new tools that are being used. At one point back when I first started doing hair, the most popular item that was being used was the Marcel iron. Now, for those who are not into cosmetology, the Marcel iron is a device that goes into a stove. The stove is not your typical at-home stove, although when hair first started in Madam C.J. Walker's day, the hot comb that was used then to straighten hair was put on a physical stove at someone's house, in someone's kitchen. We have then emerged into a unit that we have. It's a metal iron unit that has an opening in the center. And with that, we put the curling irons into this unit. And this unit is what we call Marcel or thermal curling. Thermal just means that the iron, the cast iron that it's made of, it holds the heat so that that heat is used to do the curling. This takes training. We do train our students to use this. Although this is not required on our state board exam, we definitely train our students to use it, because I think that, just like the saying goes, you have to know where you came from to understand where you're going. Thermal curling and Marcel irons is something that has been used ever since the beginning of hairstyling in the United States. The irons are hard to hold. If you hold it wrong, you might catch the barrel, and the barrel is the actual hot part that goes into the stove. But with training and with practice, one gets better. They're able to use the Marcel irons. And actually now, I would like to see more professionals, more cosmetologists go back to using the Marcel irons. The Marcel irons then emerged into electric curling irons. Electric curling irons is what is the most popular now, along with electric flat irons. Electric flat irons and curling irons are very easy to use. From my point of view, you know, if someone was new in the industry, they may or may not agree. But the reason why I believe it's easier to use than Marcel irons, and it takes less training, is because it has a certain limit that it gets hot to. It doesn't get hot according to the length of time that it sits in that stove. If it goes up to 10, it goes up to 10. If it goes up to 450, it goes up to 450. At that point, it's going to not work. It's not going to get any hotter. So it's more controlled. It's a more controlled device that can be used even by people who are unlicensed. But it would be smart in any case. My suggestion is that when you're using a Marcel or a curling iron or a flat iron, it's good to have a towel underneath your device. And preferably a light colored towel, like a white towel, there, because at that point, if the iron is too hot and it's getting ready to be put on someone's hair and possibly burn their hair, if the towel gets burned first, then that can stop you from using it on that person's hair. So we at the Westchester Beauty and Barber Academy, we teach our students, always place your hot devices under a light colored towel, because we don't want any accidents. We want hair to stay on, flourish, be healthy, and not be burned or singed or anything like that. Nowadays, there's an item called thermal heat protectants. This heat protectant is popular. It did not exist when I took my cosmetology license, which was in 1995. Thermal protectants now, the heat protectant is used prior to a flat iron, prior to a curling iron or thermal iron or blow drying. It is basically, it does what it says. It is there to protect the client's hair from heat damage. That's its sole purpose. So a lot of stylists nowadays, they believe in this process and this particular product, which I don't really care for. There's other products that I think coat the hair better than heat protectants, but it is very popular right now. And if it works for the individual and the client's hair is flourishing, okay. One thing I can say that I find a lot of the self-made stylists are not doing, they're not draping their client properly. Prior to a shampoo, the client would have to be draped. Draped simply means they would need a cape, a plastic cape to protect them from getting wet, and a towel over that cape. That's the proper way to drape. If a client is getting a chemical process, they should be double draped. Double draped is if you're getting a relaxer put in, if you're getting a permanent wave, if you're getting any kind of coloring services, or if you're getting any kind of lifting services, which we refer to as bleaching services. The client needs to be double draped. Why? To protect their skin, to protect their clothes. The stylist needs to be covered with gloves. They need to be wearing their gloves so that the process happens without anyone getting any kind of burn to their hand, to their shoulder, to the anything. Because just like the same way a relaxer can burn the scalp, it can burn the neck, it can burn your shoulder, your forehead, your ear, anywhere. So I suggest double draping if using chemicals. And that is one of the reasons it's important to go to cosmetology school, because that is something that you will definitely learn at cosmetology school. Now, let's talk about the difference between the professional stylist and the difference between a stylist who may not have been professionally trained. When you're not professionally trained, I'm seeing that a lot of the ads on social media, and it kind of bothers me a little bit, it says they're offering services such as braid services, wig installations, weave services, and certain things. They're requesting that the client come already washed. Now, as soon as you open the book in cosmetology school, the first thing they say is the most important, when we get to the technical, the services sections of the book, the first thing that it says is the most important part of the hairstyling experience is the wash. Now, if we skip the wash and we trust the client that they're washing their hair at home or wherever they are located, how do we as cosmetologists know that they gave themselves a proper wash? You, as the cosmetologist, have to put your fingers into this hair, your fingernails, your everything. You're going into the scalp. People have situations going on that we may not be knowledgeable about. That is why I suggest that all of the cosmetologists, even if you're a self-made cosmetologist, wash the client's hair yourself. That way you know that this person has had a proper wash. We don't know if they say, yeah, my hair was washed. They might not tell you that that was last week. So since last week to now, the client possibly could have went swimming. They could have gotten salt water in their hair. They could have got chlorine water in their hair. They might work out at the gym. There might be a whole lot of perspiration going on. Some people sweat in their sleep. A lot of things can happen. So when I see ads on social media or at anywhere that says, oh, come with your hair pre-washed, I feel that the cosmetologist is doing not only themselves a disservice, they're doing the client a disservice. I suggest washing the person's hair. Now, the reason why I feel like they don't want to wash your hair is because they just want to hit it and quit it. They want the client to come in, get service, look cute, like the picture or the video that they sent them, and get out. But, you know, it's not all about hit it and quit it sometimes. It's about being sanitary. It's about taking care of the client's health. It's about producing healthy skin, healthy scalp, healthy hair. And how can we do that if we don't know how long ago the hair was washed or how thorough the hair was washed? So that's just one of my suggestions. Also, nowadays, a lot of people are booking styles online, which is kind of good because to me, it shows the professionalism. It kind of brings the professionalism back in a technology world that we live in today. There was no booking online when I started to do hair in 1995. So now that there is, we can schedule better. We can protect ourselves as far as not lose money over no-shows, because we can now ask for a deposit prior to the person arriving at the appointment. We can also have people schedule themselves onto a booking site. If you say, for this style, it takes 3 hours, and you leave yourself open as a stylist, you leave your booking site open for that period of time, then the person can go in and go ahead and book themselves. And as long as the stylist doesn't reach out or email or call the client is booked. So that's easy. It has less conversation. It has less interaction, less fuss back and forth. This is the time, this is your name, you paid your deposit, see you then. So it's effective. It can be effective. Now, other things come into play as well as when we book online that may not be so perfect. Suppose a person is running late. The policy of this stylist might be, we allot 15 minutes for lateness. Not only do you lose your appointment, you lose your deposit. So this can be a problem. Sometimes communication needs to be had. So if a stylist is booking people online and not communicating, when a problem arises, then it might be a problem for the stylist, and it definitely will be a problem for the client, because the client already prepaid. Some stylists ask for 50%, some ask for 25%, some ask for 15%. It all depends on the stylist. So yes, technology can work well for the industry, but technology also can be a downfall. And we have to look at it from both sides. Just because I'm a cosmetologist doesn't mean that I'm not working from a client's point of view as well. Suppose a client books, is on time, pays their deposit, and the stylist is late. Now we have a different type of situation going on. If the stylist is late, now how do we cosmetologists, self-made or licensed, how do we accommodate the client for us being late? So those are things that we think about. I'm not going to answer the question. This is not a Q&A, but I want the stylist to think about that and think about, how do we accommodate this client? Are we taking money off of their service? Are we rescheduling with them for a discount? Are we giving them free things such as a deep conditioner, a hot oil treatment, a steam treatment? Maybe we can give them a free trim, things that can possibly accommodate your mishap for whatever it is that may have caused the stylist to be late. So we have to look at the coin on both sides, cosmetologists, when we're doing this. Okay. All right. Now, also, I am the co-founder of the Hair Madness Foundation. The Hair Madness Foundation is a nonprofit organization where myself and my team, I have a partner, her name is Sierra Smith. I have a team of board of directors. We give complimentary wigs and hair pieces to individuals who suffer from hair loss due to cancer treatments, alopecia, premature balding, premature aging, and other scalp disorders and diseases that can affect one to cause hair loss. We give an event all year round, every year, for Mother's Day, we give our free hair units and free services. We do Father's Day, where we do free barbering haircuts, and Westchester Barber Academy brings a team, wherever the location is that we're doing our event. Westchester Barber Academy brings a team of barbers that give the men for Father's Day free haircuts. Then we do Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, which I feel is very much overlooked because a lot of people don't even know. Prostate Cancer Awareness Month is the month of September. So in September, we do another men's event, which is for men who suffer from prostate cancer, but we don't pigeonhole it only for that. We also offer it for other types of pancreatic cancer or any kind, and we're talking about the cancer survivors. So we want to enrich them, give them confidence, build their self-esteem, make them feel good for Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. In October, we do Breast Cancer Awareness Month, where we give, once again, our free wig units to our ladies. All four of these events are usually sponsored by one of our partners, which is Raymore and Flanagan. So what we do is we go to different Raymore and Flanagans, and we do our events there. They clear the showroom, and we have food. We have a DJ come in. We give even more treats than just hair services. We also do nail services, which we have a team of manicurists come in and do manicures for our men and our women. We also have facial persons come in, and they do skincare for our men and our women. We also have massage therapy for our men and our women. So along with our hair units and our barbering services, we have services in nails and in skin and in massaging. We also do Veterans Day. For Veterans Day, we normally go to the VA hospital, which one is located in the Bronx, and we accommodate those veterans there. The last Veterans Day, which was November of 2023, we accommodated the American Legion veterans organization, which they have. It's Union 1871, and they are working out of Co-op City. So in November of 2023, we went to an event at Einstein Loop in Co-op City, and we accommodated our veterans there. The veterans were extremely happy. We accommodated the men, we accommodated the women, and we love doing this and giving back, because I feel personally that the veterans, sometimes when they return from the military, where they risked their lives and served our country, sometimes they don't get treated that great coming back into society. And sometimes because of the situations that they may have experienced when they were fighting in wars and going overseas and doing these things, they suffer sometimes from inhalation from all of the chemicals, from, I guess, gunpowder and the bombs and everything in the air. And they see a lot of death. They see a lot of destruction. So sometimes they come back and they're not the same person. So I feel that American society, we need to do everything that we could do to make these veterans feel good. So what we do is we make sure on Veterans Day, we go to a facility and we take care of our veterans as best as possible, try to uplift them, enrich them, give them self-esteem, confidence, and help them move forward and live normal lives. The Hermanus Foundation, we also travel to certain locations, such as we go to women's shelters. We go to women's shelters and women who are transitioning from drug abuse rehabilitation, women who are transitioning from possible incarceration. We go into facilities where these women are and we service them. We serviced a lot of facilities this summer of 2023 in Brooklyn. We did our Doral Health Center, which is located in Brooklyn. We serviced women who were transitioning out of the jail system and incarceration, helping them to get back in society, feel good, look good. We gave them a little inspirational talks and try to help them build back their confidence that they can live a good life. They can go back and be productive and have businesses and do anything that they want to do. We also go into nursing homes. The Hermanus Foundation, we love our seniors. Our seniors are like our favorites. So we go to many senior facilities and we go in and build their confidence. We do it all year round. Aside from our 4 big events with Raymond Flanagan, we go into a lot of senior facilities. So if anyone knows of senior facilities that may be interested in being pampered, complimentary by our foundation, the Hermanus Foundation, we would love for you to keep in contact with us. At the end of my my presentation, I will leave my contact information so that you can contact us and we can accommodate you. So whether it's a student who is interested in becoming a student at cosmetology school, whether it's an organization that wants the Hermanus Foundation to pamper them, treat them good, we are here for you. My name, once again, Karen Vanderberg. You can reach me at Eternal Beauty of New York, located in the Bronx. The phone number here at the salon is 718-519-9137. The Instagram address for Eternal Beauty is IG at Eternal Beauty of NY Salon. That is IG at Eternal Beauty of NY Salon. That's for beauty services and to be connected to become a student and get your 1,000-hour license for the state of New York. And lastly, the Hermanus Foundation can be reached at Instagram also, IG, the Hermanus Foundation. It's not it's just IG, Hermanus Foundation. So those are my contacts. My name, once again, is Karen Vanderberg Johnson, and I am signing off. And thank you for having me, Black Network. Genius is coming. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black business network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.